readjusting some stuff. Hey. We're not doing any much of preamble, so hi. Let me just check myself, or rather, check my audio on stream. Test. Oh yeah. Nice. All right. So I'm watching just one video, kind of as a break, let's say. This one, I think.
Hey viewers, I hope you didn't think there were only 8 horrible bugs.
Oh no, I watched the interior now measure stuff. I think I haven't watched this one. Okay.
Hey viewers, originally today I was going to make a guide on generating new LODs for Fallout 4 since plenty of people were asking for it, and I can't deny that vanilla LODs look like utter trash. After spending hours messing around with various programs, I did manage to generate some better LODs, but the problem is, I can't exactly retrace my steps to make a reliable guide. If I attempted to do so, I'd likely leave you more confused than before you started watching. After wasting way too much time on that LOD idea, I had to think on my feet to come up with a quick replacement video. Luckily, I remembered that just a few days ago, Fallout 4 had its 8th anniversary, and in honor of those 8 long years, I've cooked up a list of 8 horrible bugs and oversights in Fallout 4, one for every year. All of these bugs have been there since the day the game released, and Bethesda has done absolutely nothing to fix any of them. When possible, I'll link mods in the description that fix these problems, but of course, not all of them can be fixed by modders, at least not properly. Without the source code, there's only so much you can do after all. That's why it would have been nice if Bethesda stepped in and squashed these bugs a long time ago, rather than leave it to modders to clean up their broken mess. A year ago, they promised us a next-gen update sometime in 2023, and 2023 is almost over, so unless they break their promise, maybe this next-gen update will arrive soon and finally fix at least some of these critical issues? I wouldn't hold my breath for it, but it's nice to have some hope. Even if it's false hope. Alright, no more delays, let's jump right into the bugs. First up is a bug people call the survival mode freeze because it's most likely to happen in survival mode. How it works is basically when you're in VATS, the game will sometimes lock up when you equip an item, which is usually not a problem because you're not allowed to equip anything during VATS. However, in survival mode, potions, and yeah, they're called potions like this is the fucking Elder Scrolls, are forcibly equipped at regular intervals to apply debuffs related to thirst, starvation, and so on. If you're unlucky enough to be in VATS when this happens, congratulations, it might be time to restart the game and load your last save. I say might because when I tried deliberately triggering the glitch to get footage for this video, the game didn't freeze. I tried over a dozen times, in different locations, I disabled all my mods, I enabled depth of field, I did everything people said increases the chance of this happening, and I couldn't get the game to freeze even once. I'm fairly certain that Bethesda never fixed this bug, so my guess is it could be related to script latency, perhaps a fast processor prevents it from occurring. That's just a guess though. If you are affected by this nasty bug, don't look to Bethesda for help. They've done nothing to fix it since survival mode launched in March 2016. I guarantee tens of thousands of people have lost tens of thousands of hours of hard-earned progress because of this shit. So far, nobody has been able to make an engine-level fix that allows items to be equipped during VATS without risking Fallout 4 dying, but modders have done the best they can. There's a mod that rewrites survival mode's main script to delay potion equipping until after VATS is safely over. That's the best solution available right now. It's not perfect, but it's the best you have. If I wanted to, I could fill up my entire list solely with bugs related to the differences between first and third person, but I'll restrict myself to one unbelievable discrepancy. Of all the basic things you'd think Bethesda would test in both perspectives, movement speed would be at the very top of the list. How hard could it possibly be to make sure the player moves at the same speed in both first and third person?
Right.
Apparently too damn hard for Bethesda. In many scenarios, you can move faster in first person than third person, sometimes significantly faster. This problem is easier to notice when you use a bunch of armor with Sprinter's legendary effects. These legendary effects work as expected in first person, but in third person, they don't work at all while crouching or sprinting. This can lead to situations where you can jog faster than you can sprint. What a screw up. For the couple hundred or so people who actually play Bethesda games in third person, this is yet another way you got screwed over by Fallout 4. There is a mod that attempts to rectify these speed differences, but it doesn't fully work. Crouched movement is still slow as molasses in third person. You just have to live with this problem, I suppose. This is one of the most annoying glitches in the game, and it's particularly infuriating in survival mode. It's one thing to get one-shotted by a Molotov or mini-nuke you couldn't avoid, but touching a car and instantly dying is ridiculous. I think everyone who's played this game long enough has died at least once to this stupidity. Now technically this instant death glitch can happen with any physics object if it's moving fast enough, since impact damage is dependent on both weight and speed, but it's most common with cars because they weigh a ton and they're prone to spazzing out at random. There's two mods that fix the death car issue, one that reduces physics damage by 100 times, and another script-based mod that eliminates physics damage entirely. Neither mod seems to break the junk jet or anything important, so you can use either one. I prefer the mod that doesn't use any scripts myself. Changing game settings via script is unnecessary, and it's always good practice to have as few script-adding mods in your load order as humanly possible. If you're one of the overwhelming majority of people that has a 16:9 monitor, Fallout 4 won't give you any problems because of your aspect ratio. But if you're unfortunate enough to have a monitor with any other aspect ratio, you are going to have a much worse experience. 16:10 and 3:2 monitors don't have it that bad. I had a 16:10 monitor back in 2015, and the only problem I ever encountered was the edges of scope overlays being transparent, like you can see here. Ultra-wide resolutions like 21:9 or 32:9 are completely screwed, sadly. The main menu and other FMVs are displayed in 16:9 with some highly cinematic black bars on the edges of the screen. The interface is stretched out, and those shaded boxes that are supposed to fit inside their brackets are misaligned with them. It looks like shit. The power armor overlay doesn't cover the entire screen, and it looks embarrassing. Bethesda should be ashamed of themselves for the sorry state of Fallout 4's ultra-wide support. It's not like ultra-wide monitors didn't exist in 2015, they absolutely did. 4:3 and 5:4 aspect ratios are even more broken. The interface is squashed quite badly. The brackets and boxes are misaligned too, just like ultra-wide resolutions. In addition, the lockpicking minigame is invisible for some reason. The power armor overlay also gets cut off, making it impossible to see your health or action points for the most part. This is really disappointing because a lot of people with integrated graphics rely on low resolutions like 800x600 or 640x480 to make games playable at all. But Fallout 4 gives zero fucks about impoverished peasants trying to play on their potato rigs, or those still using CRT monitors. At least diegetic interfaces like the Pip-Boy and terminals work properly no matter what resolution you're using, but that's hardly any compensation. Fact of the matter is, you'll need mods and INI tweaks to make Fallout 4 playable on non-16:9 monitors. Fallout 4 should win some kind of award for being the game with the most Z-fighting ever. It's worse than any modern game I've ever seen. I think you'd have to go back to the PlayStation 1, a console with no Z-buffer at all, to find games that have more Z-fighting than this. A lot of the blame has to go to the level designers, who often placed thin objects like posters or vines too close to walls, or mistakenly placed objects inside of each other. Due to floating point imprecision, the further away the camera gets from these problem areas, the more flickering you'll see. Z-fighting isn't the only problem. You'll frequently see objects being culled out long before they go off screen. This overly aggressive culling is likely a result of Bethesda's desperate attempts to get Fallout 4 running above 20 FPS on the PS4 and Xbox One. Now I understand why they went all in on depth of field, bloom, distance blur, and God rays. Intense lighting looks impressive, and it makes any flaws harder to spot. Nobody will notice how ugly our game is if they can barely fucking see it, was their logic. If you're tired of finding Z-fighting and holes in the world, use Previsibine's repair project. It doesn't fix every area, but it's a good start. We all know that Fallout 4's game logic is tied pretty much directly to the frame rate. If you manage to get this unoptimized nightmare running at 300 or 400 FPS, everything will be sped up 5 or 6 times. Animations, physics, sound effects, you name it. Even at 75 or 80 FPS, you can't jump as high, and dialogue lines will start to step on each other. This would be less of a problem if Fallout 4 had a built-in 60 FPS limiter, but it doesn't. Fallout 4 only has forcibly enabled VSync, which is not the same thing. If you have a high refresh rate monitor, the game will run above 60 FPS until it hits your refresh rate. I guess Bethesda assumed everyone in the world would always be exclusively using 60Hz monitors. That was a very bold and stupid assumption for them to make. Because of this issue,
Oh,
you quite literally need a mod or external frame rate capping software to play Fallout 4 on the average PC today. I talked about this bug before in one of my 4 major problems videos, but it's worth rehashing again. You see this terminal? This is the terminal that spawns in the Pridwin. If you leave Fort Hagen the way you came in after killing Kellogg, the Brotherhood of Steel will never arrive in force to the Commonwealth. I know for a fact it's possible to beat the main quest going down the Minutemen path without ever spawning in or interacting with the Brotherhood, but I wonder how far you can get into the Institute or Railroad quest lines before they break. I didn't have time to go through any quest lines for this video, but that might be something to look into for the future. In any case, this has to be one of the most embarrassing bugs present in any Bethesda game. Maybe the penthouse apartment getting reset in Starfield is worse, but I think this one might top that for being so easily foreseeable and avoidable. All Bethesda had to do was spawn in the Pridwin no matter which exit you used to leave the building. Putting down 1 or 2 extra trigger volumes would have avoided the entire problem. Have you ever felt like energy weapons drop off in effectiveness once you get into the late game? Well, it turns out that's not just a gut feeling. The armor system is biased against non-ballistic weapons. You see, with ballistic weapons, all damage, whether it's from a weapon's base damage or attachments or from damage increasing perks and magazine bonuses, goes up against a target's damage resistance to determine the final damage. But with energy weapons, only their base damage is calculated against energy resistance. That means unlocking new perks and adding better attachments to your energy weapons does exactly nothing to help penetrate enemy armor. Thanks to this oversight, energy weapons are completely overshadowed in the late game. Aside from role-playing purposes, there's not many reasons to be an energy weapons user. This bug was fixed in Fallout 76 when users discovered and complained about it, but Bethesda never went back to fix it in Fallout 4. Luckily, a new mod called Energy Weapon Calculation Fix has arrived, and it fixes the damage formula for energy weapons. It only took 8 years, but now energy weapons are a viable alternative to ballistic weapons, like they were always intended to be. Okay, video over. I know it kind of sucked, but hey, at least I drew some attention to a handful of critical bugs that Bethesda has ignored for 8 years.
no, it's okay.
8 years, that's a long time. In that time, I could have gone back to school, gotten a degree, a high-paying job, gotten married, and sired some offspring. Of course, I didn't do any of that, thank fuck. I'm just illustrating that 8 years is a long damn time to completely neglect a game you're still selling microtransactions for. But, whatever. Bethesda never changes. Toodles, everybody.
Another fun video from Pankironium. Okay, so let's get back into study stuff. Okay. Oh wait, I should also fix my alert box. I mean, not that I get much alerts, but still, probably should fix it just in case.
Adept Wizard just became an acolyte.
Okay, so I'm getting it on um, Twitch, but I don't get it on um, OBS. Let me recheck it. I mean, it's there definitely. Should I also put it to output? How about now?
Adept Wizard just became an acolyte.
Oh, okay. So it works. Oh, I should have put it on monitor so I can hear it also. Yeah, I get it. Okay. And let me check if it's set up here. Yep. Now let me mute my sound a bit. Not mute, but just lower it so I can hear myself better. And let me check the stream once again, so I know everything is fine. Okay, test. Okay, test. Okay, test. Okay. I can even lower a bit the music yet. Okay. And also I realized I didn't go to the bathroom before starting, so let me take bathroom break, and while you'll watch some Mr. Daily. Yeah. Okay. So let me mute music.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
And
This
mute
person bought
my
a
mic.
device that can take the electrical signals given off by plants and translate it into music. He then takes the device and hooks it up to a dead plant to show that it only works with living plants.
Hook this up to a dead plant, and when it's hooked up you will see that there is no signal.
Wait, let's see it. Let's see a gainer, Grandpa. Oh!
This person might be missing an ear, but that doesn't stop her from wearing a mask. This person wanted her dogs to come back inside, but they weren't really listening. The cat saw that they weren't listening and wanted to help out.
What's up, Deep? Aw, he's shy.
These divers found this giant wall of fish off the coast of California. This cat went ahead and stole a big piece of chicken.
Ow! Give me my chicken! Ow! Ow! Oh, honey, you're stuck.
This cat, for some reason, can't stop kicking itself in the face.
What are you doing?
That's the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This is an anhydrous agate, which is basically just a rock that has water that's been trapped inside for millions of years. This cat just got a brand new automatic litter box. This person explains what phrases auctioneers are saying when waiting for someone to place a bid.
$25 a month, $30 a day, I get 35, £5, £30 a day, I get 35 a month, $40 a day, I get 35 a month. I'll give you a couple examples. Dollar bidder down, $1 bidder down, $2 bidder down, $2 bidder down, $3 bidder down, $4 bidder down, $5 bidder down, dollar bidder down, dollar now, $1 down, $2 down, $2 down, $3 down, $3 down, $4 down, $4 down, $5.
This person put a camera inside of a car tire to see what it looks like when driving.
Are you kidding me?
There are parts in the world where minefields cover the land. The wars might be over, but the landmines still remain. To help detonate these mines, this person designed this object that can freely move around using the wind.
When it rolls over an anti-personnel landmine, it's heavy enough to detonate the explosive. With each detonation, the mine caphone loses just 1 or 2 legs. Therefore, it could potentially destroy 3 to 4 landmines in one journey.
This person was walking around when they discovered this strange type of slime mold on the ground.
Alright, I'm back. Let me unmute the music. Alright, so yesterday I stopped a bit abruptly, but it was like really important. So let me get back to it. Now I was doing the character output of my name is Alex, and then using handle, and that breaks up or makes a new line. Okay. So in the above program, the second handle isn't technically necessary since the program ends immediately afterward. However, it serves a few useful purposes. First, it helps indicate that the line of output is a complete thought, as opposed to partial output that is completed somewhere later in the code. In this sense, it functions similar to using a period in standard English. Second, it positions the cursor on the next line, so that if we later add additional lines of output, have the program say by, those lines will appear where we expect, rather than appended to the prior line of output. Third, after running an executable from the command line, some operating systems do not output any line before showing the command prompt again. If our program does not end with the cursor on a new line, the command prompt may appear appended to the prior line of output, rather than at the start of a new line as the user would expect. So best practice would be output a new line whenever a line of output is complete. Okay, got it. Next, B4. So when std character output is buffered, consider a roller coaster ride at your favorite amusement park. Passengers show up at some variable rate and get in line. Periodically, a train arrives and boards passengers up to the maximum capacity of the train. When the train is full, or when enough time has passed, the train departs with a batch of passengers, and the ride commences. Any passengers unable to board the current train wait for the next one. This analogy is similar to how output sent to std character output is typically processed in C++. Statements in our program request that output be sent to the console. However, that output is typically not sent to the console immediately. Instead, the request output gets in line and is stored in a region of memory that is set aside to collect such requests, called a buffer. Periodically, the buffer is flushed, meaning all of the data collected in the buffer is transferred to its destination, in this case, the console. Authors note, to use another analogy, flushing a buffer is kind of like flushing a toilet. All of your collected output is transferred to where it goes next. Okay. This also means that if your program crashes, aborts, or is paused for debugging purposes before the buffer is flushed, any output still waiting in the buffer will not be displayed. Okay. Key insight. The opposite of buffered output is unbuffered output. With unbuffered output, each individual output request is sent directly to the output device. Okay, writing data to a buffer is typically fast, whereas transferring a batch of data to an output device is comparatively slow. Buffering can significantly increase performance by minimizing the number of slow transfers that need to be performed when there are multiple output requests. Okay, so I'll write it like this. When the train is full, or when enough time has passed, the train departs with a batch of passengers. And the ride commences. any passengers unable to board the current train wait for the next one. Yeah, I can basically do the next paragraph also. So this analogy is similar to how output sent to std character output is typically processed in C++. So statements in our program request statements in our program request that output be sent to the hey Elsa Julie, yeah, I had an emergency yesterday. Haven't got time to check your stuff. Well, it looks nice. Yeah. Great job. I definitely don't have even close skills to do something like that, so props to you. Definitely. You should definitely continue on that path. Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen your message, and so yeah, hey there. It's great. Anyway, let's continue. So statements in our program request that output be sent to the console. However, that output is typically not sent to the console immediately. So instead, the requested output gets in line and is stored in a region of memory set aside. To collect such requests and that would be called a buffer. So periodically the buffer is flushed, meaning all of the data collected in the buffer is transferred to its destination. Oh, no, it's okay, okay. Hoping to do something cool for a channel. Mind for that. I've got to tell you, I'm basically not only low on resources, I don't have any, so yeah, I'm probably not your client. Maybe someday, I mean, if this picks up or this picks up, absolutely, yeah. But right now, I'm definitely not flush with, let's say, income, yeah. So yeah, sorry. So yeah, so transfer to its destination, which in this case is the console. Yeah, this one's important also. So this also means that if your program crashes, aborts, or is paused, like for debugging purposes. Before the buffer is flushed, any output still waiting in the buffer will not be displayed. So if it crashes, aborts, or is paused before the buffer is flushed, any output still waiting in the buffer will not be displayed. Okay. All right. So key insight, the opposite of buffer output is unbuffered output. With unbuffered output, each individual output request is sent directly to the output device. But simultaneously or not. So writing data to a buffer is typically fast, whereas transferring a batch of data to an output device is comparatively slow. Buffering can significantly increase performance by minimizing the number of slow transfer that need to be performed when there are multiple output requests. Okay. Okay. Next one. That would be number 5. Which is std handle versus /n. Okay. Okay, now just have to respond to some stuff. Using std handle can be a bit inefficient, as it actually does two jobs. It moves the cursor to the next line of the console, and it flushes the buffer. Okay, so when writing text to the console, we typically don't need to flush the buffer at the end of each line. It's more efficient to let the system flush itself periodically. Well, yeah, which it has been designed to do efficiently. Because of this, use of the n character is typically preferred instead. The n character moves the cursor to the next line of console, but doesn't request a flush, so it will often perform better. The n character is also more concise since it's both shorter and can be embedded into existing text. Okay, so here's an example that uses n in two different ways. So variable x initialized with value 5 of integer type, and character output x is equal to insertion operator x as a variable, and then insertion operator n character /n character using /n standalone. Okay, then character output, and that's all folks. /n using n embedded into a double quoted piece of text. Note, no single quotes when used this way. Okay, so it even works inside the text, and this prints out x is equal to 5, and that's all folks. Okay, so when n is used by itself to move the cursor to the next line of the console, it should be single quoted. Oh, okay. When embedded into text that is already double quoted, additional quotes aren't needed. We'll cover what n is in more detail when we get to the lesson on chars, or characters, I guess, in 4.11. Best practice: prefer n over stdnl when outputting text to the console. Warning: n uses a backslash as the all special characters in C++, not a forward slash. Using forward slash like /n instead may result in unexpected behavior. Okay. Okay. So I'll write down I'll write it down like this. Whoop. A pen cap. Using std and line can be a bit inefficient, as it actually does two jobs. It moves the cursor to the next line of the console, and it flushes the buffer. Okay, and then I skip this, and then I'll write, because of this, use of the backward /n character is typically referred instead. The /n character moves the cursor to the next line of the console, but doesn't request a flush. So it will often perform better. The /n character is also more concise, since it's both shorter and can be embedded into existing text. So I'll write down an example. So for example, include IOStream, and that would be for character output. Change some of those tracks. And integer main and brackets, integer variable x, curly braces, 5, then std character output, and this would be something like x is equal to then insertion operator x, insertion operator /n, and so this will be using the /n character just as standalone, and Next case would be character output, insertion operator, and within the same sentence we have, and that's all, folks. And then backward slash n, closing quotations, and that would be using that n character embedded into a double quoted piece of text. An important note, no single quotes when used this way. And of course, return 0. Closing curly braces. And this will print out x is equal to 5. And that's all, folks. Okay. And best practice would be prefer backward slash n character over handle when outputting text to the console. Great. Okay, moving on. Okay, just check some stuff. Let me check on stream. Looks okay. Okay. Right. That would be number 6. So that's std cin. So stdcin is another predefined variable that is defined in the iostream library. Whereas std character output prints data to the console using the insertion operator. stdcin, which stands for character input, reads input from keyboard using the extraction operator. The input must be stored in a variable to be used. Okay, so std character output, that what will display enter a number, then value initializing the x, then character input, and that would be extraction operator to x, get number from keyboard and store it in variable x, and then character output you entered and show me the x, and of course end line. So yeah, try compiling this program and running it for yourself. When you run the program, line file will print enter a number. When the code gets to line 8, your program will wait for you to enter input. Once you enter a number and press enter, the number you enter will be assigned to variable x. Finally, on line 10, the program will print you entered followed by the number you just entered. For example, I entered 4, you entered 4. Okay. This is an easy way to get keyboard input from the user, and we will use it many of our examples going on forward. Note that you don't need to use end line character when accepting input, as the user will need to press the enter key to have their input accepted, and this will move the cursor to the next line of the console. If your screen closes immediately after entering a number, please see lesson 0.8 for the solution. Okay, just like it is possible to output more than one bit of text in a single line, it is also possible to input more than one value on a single line. So character output, which will say enter two numbers separated by a space, and that would be variable x, just value initializing it, variable y, integer, both integers, and then character input, extraction operator to x and extraction operator to y. Get two numbers and store in variable x and y respectively. And then character output, you entered insertion operator x and insertion operator, and then y and end line. And this produces the output, enter two numbers separated by a space. So I type 5, then space 6, and it will give me you entered 5 and 6. Okay. Best practice. There is some debate over whether it's necessary to initialize a variable immediately before you give it a user-provided value via another source, since the user-provided value will just override the initialization value. In line with our previous recommendation that variables should always be initialized. Best practice to initialize the variable first. Okay. We'll discuss how character input handles invalid input in a future lesson. For now, it's enough to know that std character input will extract as much as it can, and any input characters that could not be extracted are left for a later extraction attempt. For advanced readers, the C++ IO input-output library does not provide a way to accept keyboard input without the user having to press enter. If this is something you desire, you'll have to use the third-party library. For console applications, we recommend pdcurses, fxtui, cpp terminal, or nacturses. Many graphical user interface libraries have their own functions to do this kind of thing. Okay, but that's definitely for advanced readers. Okay, let's write some stuff down. So std cin is another predefined variable that is defined in the IOStream library. Whereas character output prints data to the console using the insertion operator. The character input, which stands for character input. Reads input from keyboard. Using the extraction operator. The input must be stored in a variable to be used. Okay. And then the example would be include IOStream that for, of course, std character output and std character input, of course the integer main, then curly braces, then something like this, std character output enter a number. So that would ask user for a number. Not ask, I mean, it asks in a, let's say, non-literal way. So it just displays this text. So, okay, then integer x with a value initialization, and that would be, we define variable x to hold user input, and of course value initialize it. Okay, yep. Let's continue. And then we have std character input, x, okay. Then character input, that would be the extraction operator 2x, and that will get number from keyboard, and store it in variable x. And then we do character output with insertion operator of you entered, and then insertion operator variable x, and then end line. Okay, and of course return 0. I think for next time I'll be doing all of this within like Notion or Obsidian or something like that. I mean, still retyping because I need to retype to properly read out loud and get everything, but I think writing is just much slower, consumes a lot of time. So yeah, this was what I'm going to do next time. Okay, now we should try to compile this program, and we're going to do Visual Studio 2022. Now let's open some project, and it should have appeared here. Oh yeah, like this. And if I wait, not like this, like this. Yep. So let's run it. Try to run it. First, let's try to compile it. Looks okay. And then oh, where was the run stuff? It's not build, but that's debug. How about start without debugging? Oh yeah. And oh yeah, you probably wouldn't see anything, but it's a quick one, so yeah. So enter number 4. You entered 4, and we can close the window. Okay. So now when you run the program, line 5 will print out enter a number. Yep. When the code gets to line 8, your program will wait for you to enter input. Yep. Once you enter a number and press enter, the number you enter will be assigned a variable to variable x. Yeah. Finally, on line 10, the program will print you entered followed by the number you just entered. For example, I entered 4, you entered 4. Okay, this is an easy way to get keyboard input from the user, and we will use it in many of our examples going forward. Note that you don't need to use the end line and character when accepting input, as the user will need to press the enter key to have their input accepted. And this will move the cursor to the next line on the console. Just like it is possible to output more than one bit of text in a single line, it's also possible to input more than one value on a single line. I'll write down and I'll shorten the example just to statements. Okay, so just like it is possible to output more then one bit of text in a single line. It is also possible to input more than one value on a single line. And I'll write down a shortened version of this example. So, like this, I'll just do std character output and enter two numbers separated by a space. Yep. And then integer variable x, curly braces, and then define variable x to hold user input and of course value initialize it. Then we would do integer y value initialization, and that would be the same for the comments. And then we're doing character input, then extraction operator to x and extraction operator to y. And so get two numbers and store in variable x and y respectively. Okay, give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Some calls. Okay, next, that would be character output, insertion operator. You entered. And insertion operator, variable x, insertion operator, and insertion operator y, and insertion operator end line character, and of course return 0 and closing curly braces. Let me run this also. Compile. Okay, and so I'll write, for example, 3 space, I don't know, 7. You enter 3 and 7. Okay. So yeah, once again, there is some debate over whether it's necessary to initialize a variable immediately before you give it a user-provided value via another source like character input, since the user-provided value will just override the initial value. In line with our previous recommendations, that variables should always be initialized. Best practice is to initialize the variable first. Okay. Summary. New programmers often mix character input and character output, the insertion operator and the extraction operator. Here's an easy way to remember. Character input and character output always go on the left hand side of the statement. Okay, character output is used to output a value. So character output, could or character output equals a character output. Then character input is used to get an input value. So CIN equals character input. Insertion operator is used with character output and shows the direction the data is moving. If character output represents the console, the output data is moving from the variable to the console. So that would be character output, insertion operator 4. So 4 moves, moves the value of 4 to the console. Okay, then extraction operator, when extraction operator is used with character input and shows the direction the data is moving. So if character input represents the keyboard, then input data is moving from the keyboard to the variable. So that would be keyboard, anything you type, and extraction operator moves that into variable x. Okay, I'll write all of this down. Okay. Okay. Next. Oh yeah. How are we on time? Yeah. Okay. Let me finish this one and this quiz and I'll take a small break. Okay. So summary. That would be 7. So STD CIN and STD could always go on the left hand side of the statement. All right. Which, by the way, an important stuff to remember. So no matter either it's input or output, it's always on the left hand side of statement. So I just switch in the operators and the flow of data, but structure it going from the left hand side. Okay. And then the character output is used to output a value. So once again, could would be character output. Okay. Next, std CIN or character input is used to get an input value. So CIN equals to character input. Then insertion operator is used with std character output and shows the direction that data is moving. So if so yeah, so if std character output represents the console. The output data is moving from the variable to the console. And so, for example, std character output insertion operator 4 moves the value of 4 to the console. And then extraction operator is used with std character input and shows direction that data is moving. So if std character input represents the keyboard, the input data is moving from keyboard to the variable. So that would be, for example, std cin character input extraction operator x moves the value the user entered from the keyboard to X. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a quiz. Consider the following program that we used above. So, character output, enter a number, ask user for a number. X would be define variable X to hold user input, and then character input extraction operator of X, get number from keyboard and store it in variable X. And then character output insertion operator. You enter insertion operator of X and end line. This program expects you to enter an integer value as the variable x that the user input will be put into is an integer variable. Huh? Once again, the program expects you to enter an integer value. Yep. As the variable x that the user input as the variable x. Yeah, that the user input will be put into is an integer variable. Yeah, okay. And now let's run it a couple of times and check the test. Oh no, I forgot to let me, and then start. Okay, so what do I need to do? A letter such as H. It shows me you entered 0, so X is 0. Okay, next. Let's run it again. A number with a fractional component. Try numbers with fractional components less than 0.5 and greater than 0.5. So, okay, let's try 3.2. No, again, I misclicked, mistyped. Okay, so 0. No, 3.2. You entered 3. Okay. Once again. Then 3.7. You entered 3. Okay. So the fractional component is dropped. Since the list initialization disallows narrowing conversions, new programmers are sometimes confused as to why the fraction is allowed to be dropped here. The initialization of x happens on line 6. Yeah. And the restriction on narrowing conversions only applies to list initialization on this line. The user's input is processed and assigned to x on line 7, where such restrictions don't apply because this statement is not a list initialization. Okay. Okay. Next. Minus 3. You entered minus 3. Okay. This works fine. It sure does. Next. A word such as hello. Okay. You entered a 0. X is 0. Yep. A really big number, at least 3 billion. Okay, give me a second. 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. No, wait. Again. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So you entered 2,147,483,646. Show solution. You're most likely to get the number. Yeah, that's right. This happens because X can only hold numbers up to a certain size. If you entered a value larger than the largest number X can hold, it will be set to the largest number that X can hold, which is probably that one, but might be different on your system. We discussed this further in lesson 4.4. Okay. And last one. A small number followed by some letters such as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. You entered 1, 2, 3. Okay. X gets the numeric value, so 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. 2-hour mark. Yeah, definitely can take a break. Okay, let me check up on stream. Let me refresh. Look for if everything is working all right. Yep, seems fine. All right. Yes, switch you to the YouTube side. Continue with Mr. Daily while I take bathroom break, drink some water, stuff like that. Oh yeah, and let me mute the music and put on Mr. Daily.
This cat does not like wearing this life vest. Scientists discovered this strange underwater sponge forest in the Pacific Ocean. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Scientists have discovered how to eat the meat from a living cow without hurting it. What they do is harmlessly extract a very small amount of cells from the cow. Those cells are then taken to a lab where they grow into large pieces of muscle. Within 3 weeks, you have an actual piece of meat from a cow that is still alive, happy, and healthy. This guy let go of a balloon in a library. This scientist is collecting samples of lava to be studied later. This guy found a possum that was pretending to be dead.
Like they'll just kind of open their mouth and lay there, but as you can see, he's still alive. He's just pretending to be dead, playing possum, as they call it. But yeah, they won't really bite or anything.
Imagine waking up and looking at a view like this every single day. These two ants found a ladybug and tried dragging it away. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. When there's a wildfire in California, large planes are called in to drop a mix of water and fertilizer over an area. This is what happens when 9,000 pounds of fire retardant is dropped on a car.
Their cap's gonna jump right here.
Here's a bunch of curious baby pufferfish. This is an old prison in Morocco that was used in the 1700s. Instead of using prison cells, prisoners would stay in these holes in the ground.
Have you ever seen a whirlpool in a Big Lots parking lot? Well, now you have. Now you have seen a whirlpool in a Big Lots.
This is possibly the largest sea turtle nesting site in the world. There are over 64,000 sea turtles in this video swimming to a small island in Australia to lay their eggs. This person dropped their ice cream on the ground and it started running away.
There it goes. Goodbye. Yo, it's still going.
Here's an infinite marble staircase.
Mr. Krabs, bro! Mr. Krabs! Mr. Krabs, what are you doing?
Now he's distracted.
No!
All right, I'm back. Can mute some music. Let me get back to study. Okay, so this would be 1.6 uninitialized variables and undefined behavior. Okay. Okay, so uninitialized variables. Like some programming languages, C or C++ does not initialize most variables to a given value, such as 0, automatically. Thus, when a variable is given a memory address to use to store data, the default value of that variable is whatever garbage value happens to already be in that memory address. Okay. A variable that has not been given a known value, usually through initialization or assignment, is called uninitialized variable. Author's note. Many readers expect the terms initialized and uninitialized to be strict opposites, but they aren't quite. Initialized means that the object was provided with an initial value at the point of definition. Uninitialized means that the object has not been given a known value through any means, including assignment. Therefore, an object that is not initialized but is then assigned a value is no longer uninitialized because it has been given a known value. To recap, initialized is the object equals the object is given a known value at the point of definition. Okay. Assignment, the object is given a known value beyond the point of definition. Okay. Oh, wait. Beyond the point of definition. Oh, like on the next line. Yeah. We assign the value. Yeah. Then uninitialized, the object has not been given a known value yet. As an aside, this lack of initialization is a performance optimization inherited from C. Back when computers were slow. Imagine a case where you were going to read in 100,000 values from a file. In such case, you might create 100,000 variables, then fill them with data from the file. Okay. If C++ initialized all of those variables with default values upon creation, this would result in 100,000 initializations, which would be slow and for little benefit since you're overriding those values anyway. For now, you should always initialize your variables because of the cost of doing so is minuscule compared to the benefit. Once you're more comfortable with the language, there may be certain cases where you omit the initialization for optimization purposes, but this should always be done selectively and intentionally. Okay. So using the values of uninitialized variables can lead to unexpected results. Consider the following short program. Okay, so main, then define an integer variable named x. Okay, so integer x. This variable is uninitialized because we haven't given it a value, right? And then print the value of x to the screen. So character output, insertion operator of x, and line. Who knows what we'll get because x is uninitialized, return 0. Oh, I see. Okay, give me a second. My cat's going to do something and I need to check on them. I think it's okay. They just suspiciously were hanging out near the food supplies. Okay. In this case, the computer will assign some unused memory to X. It will then send the value residing in that memory location to character output, which will print the value interpreted as an integer. But what value will it print? The answer is who knows. And the answer may or may not change every time you run the program. When the author ran this program in Visual Studio, character output printed the value 71, 777, 28 one time and 52, 77, 592 the next. Feel free to compile and run the program yourself. Your computer won't explode. Oh, that's well, great to know. Okay, let me try that. and let's run it. Well, it doesn't love me because it's already given me the uninitialized local variable x. Can I compile it? Nope. No, it doesn't allow me. But I get the meaning. Warning, some compilers, such as Visual Studio, will initialize the contents of memory to some preset value when you're using a debug build configuration. This will not happen when you're using a release build configuration. Therefore, if you want to run the above program yourself, make sure you're using a release build configuration. See for a reminder of how to do that. For example, if you run the above program Visual Studio debug configuration, it will consistently print -8 58993 460 because that's the value interpreted as an integer that Visual Studio initialized memory with in debug configurations. Okay. Most modern compilers will attempt to detect if a variable is being used without being given a value. If they are able to detect this, they will generally issue a compile time warning or error. For example, compiler-born program on Visual Studio produced the following warning. Yeah, uninitialized local variable. If your compiler won't let you compile and run the program above program because it treats the issue as an error, here's a possible solution to get around this issue. So void do nothing, don't worry about what it is for now. We're just using to trick the compiler into thinking variable x is used. Then define, and then do nothing. Make compiler thinks we're assigning a value to this variable. And okay, let's try then this one. Yeah, I get the -8, 5, and etc. Okay. Using uninitialized variables is one of the most common mistakes that non-programmers make, and unfortunately it can be one of the most challenging to debug because the program may run fine anyway if the uninitialized variable happened to get assigned to a spot of memory that had a reasonable value in it, like 0. This is primary reason for the always initialize your variables best practice. Okay. Okay, I should write some stuff. Okay. So 1 would be uninitialized variables. Unlike some programming languages, C or C++ does not initialize most variables. to a given value, such as 0, automatically. Thus, when a variable is given a memory address, to use to store data, the default value of that variable is whatever or garbage. Value happens to already be in that memory address. So a variable that has not been given a known value usually through initialization or assignment is called an uninitialized variable. Okay. I'm just switching some music around. Okay, next. Yeah, author's note. Okay, I'll write down the author's note. So many readers expect the terms initialized and uninitialized to be strict opposites. But they aren't quite initialized means the object was provided with an initial value at the point of definition. And uninitialized means the object has not been given a known value through any means, including assignment. Therefore, an object that is not initialized but is then assigned a value is no longer uninitialized. Because it has been given a known value. So initialized equals to the object is given a known value at the point of definition. And then assignment. And that's the object. Is given a known value beyond the point of definition. And uninitialized equals the object has not been given a known value yet. Okay. So even assignment would not be considered initialized. Initialized is strictly oh no, uninitialized means the object hasn't been given any value through any means, including assignment. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so hence always initialize your variables. Okay. Then that would be 2. That is undefined behavior. Using the value from an uninitialized variable is our first example of undefined behavior. Undefined behavior is often abbreviated UB, is the result of executing code whose behavior is not well defined by C++ language. In this case, the C++ language doesn't have any rules determining what happens if you use the value of variable that has not been given a known value. Consequently, if you actually do this, undefined behavior will result. Okay. Code implementing undefined behavior may exhibit any of the following symptoms. Your program produces different results every time it is run. Your program consistently produces the same incorrect result. Your program behaves inconsistently, sometimes produces the correct result, sometimes not. Your program seems like it's working but produces incorrect results later in the program. Your program crashes either immediately or later. Your program works on some compilers but not others. Your program works until you change some other seemingly unrelated code. Or your code may actually produce the correct behavior anyway. Authors note, undefined behavior is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Oh, I see. C++ contains many cases that can result in undefined behavior if you're not careful. We'll point this out in future lessons whenever we encounter them. Take note of where these cases are and make sure you avoid them. Rule: take care to avoid all situations that result in undefined behavior, such as uninitialized variables. Okay. Author's note. One of the common types of comment we get from readers says, you said I couldn't do X, but I did it anyway and my program works. Why? There are two common answers. The most common answer is that your program is actually exhibiting undefined behavior, but that undefined behavior just happens to be producing the results you wanted anyway, for now. Tomorrow or on another compiler or machine, it might not. Alternatively, sometimes compiler authors take liberties with the language requirements when those requirements may be more restrictive than needed. For example, the standard may say you must do X before Y, but a compiler author may feel that's unnecessary and make Y work even if you don't do X first. That shouldn't affect the operation or correctly written programs. Okay, once again, my cat's going insane. All right, I'm back. Cats are going insane. Okay. This shouldn't affect the operation of correctly written programs, but may cause incorrectly written programs to work anyway. So, an alternate answer to the above question is that your compiler may simply be not following this standard. It happens. You can avoid much of this by making sure you turn compiler extensions off, as described in lesson point 10, and etc. Okay. Some stuff to write. Yeah. So using the value from an uninitialized variable is our first example of undefined behavior. Undefined behavior often abbreviated UB is the result of executing code whose behavior is not well defined by the C++ language. In this case, the C++ language doesn't have any rules determining what happens if you use the value of a variable that has not been given a known value. So consequently, if you actually do this, undefined behavior will result. Okay. Next. That would be 3. Implementation defined behavior and unspecified behavior. So implementation defined behavior means the behavior of some syntax is left up to the implementation, the compiler to define. Such behaviors must be consistent and documented, but different compilers may produce different results. Let's look at a simple example of implementation defined behavior. So character output, size of integer, print how many bytes of memory an integer value takes. On most platforms, this will produce 4, but on others, it may produce 2. Related content, we discuss size of in lesson 4.3. Unspecified behavior is almost identical to implementation defined behavior in that the behavior is left up to the implementation, but the implementation is not required to document the behavior. Okay, let me read this again. Unspecified behavior is almost identical to implementation defined behavior in that the behavior is left up to the implementation, but the implementation is required to document the behavior. Okay, we generally want to avoid implementation defined and unspecified behavior, as it means our program may not work as expected. If compiled on a different compiler or even on the same compiler, if we change project settings that affect how the implementation behaves. Best practice: avoid implementation defined and unspecified behavior whenever possible, as they may cause your program to malfunction on other implementations. Okay, let me write down some stuff. So implementation defined behavior means the behavior of some syntax is left up to the implementation or the compiler. To define. Such behaviors must be consistent and documented. But different compilers may produce different results. Okay, and then unspecified behavior is almost identical to implementation defined behavior, in that the behavior is left up to the implementation but the implementation is not required to document the behavior. Okay, so avoid implementation defined unspecified behavior whenever possible. As they may cause your program to malfunction on other implementations. I definitely need to type it out instead of write it out. Okay. So what is an initialized variable? Why should you avoid using them? Basically, a variable that was not that doesn't have any value, and even through methods of assignment. And we should avoid using them because it may produce whatever results or undefined behavior, since it's usually just contains random number or something like that. So an initialized variable that is a variable that has not been given any value to the program, generally through initialization or assignment. Using the value stored in an uninitialized variable will result in undefined behavior. Yep. Okay, what is undefined behavior, and what can happen if you do something that exhibits undefined behavior? So undefined behavior, basically, if anything randomly crashes, outputs every time different result. I don't remember what else. Works on some compilers but not others. Consistently produce the same incorrect results and stuff like that. And what can happen if you do something that exhibits undefined behavior? I don't know. Undefined behavior is the result of executing code whose behavior is not well defined by the language. Sure, the results can be almost anything, including something that behaves correctly. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's go to number 1.7. Let me check. Okay, that's a big one. Hopefully how about all the next ones? Can we do it today? I don't know. Probably not. But, well, I try. Let me rest up a minute. You know what? Let me take a quick break before I start this one. This one's big. Okay, I'll put you on Mr. Daily once again. I'll mute this tab. I'll play this.
This is a comb jellyfish.
Yep.
When you shine light on them, they glow like a rainbow. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Here's a time lapse of the physical healing process. This squirrel wanted to bury his nuts in this girl's hair. This person thought turning on their computer was too boring, so they made it a little more interesting.
El loco del bienve.
You can physically see blood pulsing through the body of this microscopic worm. This is a spotted-tailed quoll. It might look like a rodent, but it's actually a marsupial, and it loves to eat small animals like birds. Here's a new smart way to go longboarding up a hill. That's the end of this video. I hope you learned something new, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person found a strange light dancing in the clouds. This is called a crown flash, and it's a rare occurrence when sunlight becomes distorted from the magnetic field created by the cloud. This person is swimming in water with bioluminescent plankton that create a blue glow. Here's a cat that loves to snowboard. Scientists recently discovered what they believe could be the longest animal in the world. This is a siphonophore, which is kind of similar to a jellyfish. This particular animal is about 150 feet long, which is almost twice as long as a blue whale. Here's a happy snail drinking water from the sink. This is what the inside of a copper mine looks like. These dents you see in this carpet are made by a cat. This person has a cat that walks around the house on the same path every day.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so this one is 1.7 keywords and naming identifiers. Okay, so keywords. C++ reserves a set of 92 words as of C++23 for its own use. These words are called keywords or reserved words, and each of these keywords has special meaning within the C++ language. Here's a list of all C++ keywords through C++23. So align S, align off, and EQ, ASM, auto, bit end, bit or, bool, break, case, catch, char 8, char 16, char 32, class, compile, concept, C and C++20, const, const eval, const expire, const initial, init, const cast, continue, co-await, co-return, co-yield, declare type, default, delete, do, double, dynamic cast, else, enum, explicit, export, extern, false, float, for friend. Okay, go to, if, inline, int, long, mutable, namespace, new, no except, not eq, null, ptr, operator, or eq, private, protected, public, register, reinterpret cast, requires, return, short, sign, size of, static, static assert, static cast, struct, switch, template, this, thread, local. So throw, true, try, type def, type ID, type name, union, unsigned, using, virtual, void, volatile, wchar or char, while, zor, eq. Okay, so the keywords mark C++20 were added in C++20. If your compiler is not C++20 compliant or does have a C++20 functionality but is turned off by default, these keywords may not be functional. C++ also defines special identifiers: override, final, import, and module. These have a specific meaning when used in certain contexts but are not reserved otherwise. You have already run across some of these keywords, including int and return. Yeah. Along with a set of operators. Oh yeah, did we do double? Yeah, double. Along with a set of operators, these keywords and special identifiers define the entire language of C++. Preprocessor commands excluded. Oh, okay. Because keywords and special identifiers have special meaning, your IDEs will likely change the text color of these words to make them stand out from other identifiers. By the time you're done with this tutorial series, you will understand what almost all of these words do. Okay. Okay. Let's write down some stuff. So one would be, I will not rewrite all of the keywords, of course, just some key points. So keywords. C++ reserves a set of 92 words as of C++ 23 for its own use. These words are called keywords. Or reserved words. And each of these keywords has a special meaning within the C++ language. Okay, I should write this one down. So C++ also defines special identifiers. Those are override, final, import, and module. These have a specific meaning when used in certain contexts. But are not reserved otherwise. Okay. Okay, next. Identifier naming rules. As a reminder, the name of a variable or function type or other kind of item is called an identifier. C++ gives you a lot of flexibility to name identifiers as you wish. However, there are a few rules that must be followed when naming identifiers. The identifier cannot be a keyword. Keywords are reserved. Okay. The identifier can only be composed of letters, lower or uppercase, numbers, and the underscore character. Okay. That means the name cannot contain symbols except the underscore, nor white spaces, or tabs. Okay. The identifier must begin with a letter, lower or uppercase, or an underscore. It cannot start with a number. C++ is case sensitive and thus distinguishes between lower and uppercase letters. N value is different than N capital value. Is different than all caps value, N value. Okay. Also important stuff. Okay, so that would be 2. Identifier naming rules. Wait, there's some link or something. Oh, okay. So as a reminder, the name of a variable or function type or other kind of item is called an identifier. C++ gives you a lot of flexibility to name identifiers as you wish. However, there are a few rules that must be followed when naming identifiers. So the identifier cannot be a keyword. Keywords are reserved the identifier can only be composed of letters lowercase, lower or upper case, numbers, and the underscore character. That means the name cannot contain symbols. Except the underscore. Nor white space. Those are spaces or tabs. Okay, then the identifier must begin with a letter lower or uppercase or an underscore. It cannot start with a number. Next, C++ is case sensitive. And thus distinguishes between lower and upper case letters. So n value is different than an uppercase value is different then all caps, value. All right. Just take a breather a bit, rest my voice. Okay, let's continue. That would be number 3. Identifier, naming, best practices. Now that you know you can name a variable, let's talk about how you should name a variable or function. First, it is a convention in C++ that variable names should begin with a lowercase letter. If the variable name is a single word or acronym, the whole thing should be written in lowercase letters. So, integer value, that's conventional. Uppercase first letter value, unconventional, should start with lowercase letter. Value all caps should start with lowercase letter and be an all lowercase. Value unconventional, yeah. Okay. Yeah, most often function names are also started with a lowercase letter, though there is some disagreement on this point. We'll follow this convention since function main, which all programs must have, starts with a lowercase letter, as do all the functions in the C++ standard library. So most often function names are also started with a lowercase letter. We'll follow, although there's some disagreement, we'll follow this convention since function main, which all programs must have, starts with a lowercase letter, as do all of the functions in the C++ standard library. Identifier names that start with a capital letter are typically used for user-defined types such as structs, classes, and enumerations, all of which we will cover later. If the variable or function name is multi-word, there are two common conventions. Words separated by underscores, sometimes called snake case, or intercapped, sometimes called camel case, since the capital letters stick up like the humps on a camel. Okay, so my underscore variable underscore name or my underscore function underscore name, conventional, separated by underscore. Okay, my variable name, conventional, intercapped, camel case. So my variable name, my function name, my variable name, my function name, invalid. White space is not allowed. My function name, invalid, white space not allowed. Okay. My variable name, unconventional, should start with a lowercase letter. My function name, unconventional, should start with a lowercase letter. Okay. In this tutorial, we will typically use the intercapped approach because it's easier to read. It's easy to mistake an underscore for a space in dense blocks of code, but it's common to see either the C++ standard library uses the underscore method for both variables and functions. Sometimes you'll see a mix of the two. Underscores used for variables and intercaps used for functions. It's worth noting that if you're working in someone else's code, it's generally considered better to match the style of the code you're working in than to rigidly follow the naming conventions laid out above. Best practice: when working in an existing program, use the conventions of that program, even if they don't conform to modern best practices. Use modern best practices when you write a new program. Okay. Second, you should avoid naming your identifiers starting with an underscore, as these names are typically reserved for OS, library, and or compiler use. Third, your identifiers should make clear what the value they are holding means, particularly if the units aren't obvious. Identifiers should be named in a way that would help someone who had no idea what your code does be able to figure it out as quickly as possible. In 3 months, when you look at your program again, you'll have forgotten how it works and you'll thank yourself for picking variable names that make sense. Okay. However, giving a trivial variable an overly complex name impedes overall understanding of what the program is doing almost as much as giving a widely used identifier an inadequate name. Therefore, good rule of thumb is to make the length of an identifier proportional to how widely it is used. An identifier with a trivial use can have a short name, such as I. Okay, an identifier that is used more broadly, a function that is called from many different places in program should have a longer and more descriptive name. Instead of open, try open file on disk. Okay. So, for example, integer C count would be bad because what does the C before count stands for? Yeah. Or customer count, good, clear what you were counting. I, that's either. Okay, if you use is trivial, bad, otherwise. Index, either. Okay, if obvious, what we're indexing. Total score. Okay, if there is only one thing being scored, otherwise too ambiguous. Underscore count does not start name Do not start names with underscore, okay? Just count, okay, if obvious what we're counting. Data, what kind of data? Time, is this in seconds, minutes, or hours? Minutes elapsed, good descriptive. Value 1, value 2, either can be hard to differentiate between the two. Num apples, good descriptive. Monsters killed, good descriptive. X, Y, either, okay if use is trivial, bad otherwise. In any case, avoid abbreviations unless they are common and ambiguous. Although they reduce the time you need to write your code, they make your code harder to read. Code is read more often than it is written. The time you save while writing code is time that every reader, including the future you, waste when reading it. If you're looking to write code faster, use your editor's autocomplete feature. Oh yeah. For variable declarations, it is useful to use a comment to describe what a variable is going to be used for, or to explain anything else that might not be obvious. For example, say we declared a variable name number of chars that is supposed to store the number of characters in a piece of text. Thus, the text hello world have 10, 11, or 12 characters. It depends on whether we're including white space or punctuation, rather than naming the variable number of characters including white space and punctuation, okay? Which is rather lengthy. A well-placed comment on above the declaration line should help the user figure it out. A count of the number of characters in a piece of text, including white space and punctuation. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, based on how you should name a variable, indicate whether each variable name is conventional, follows best practice, unconventional, compiler will accept but does not follow best practice, or invalid, will not compile, and why. Assume it's obvious what we're summing. Okay, so in sum looks okay, probably conventional. Yep. Int underscore apples, the resorts for OS library, stuff like that. So invalid. Oh no, unconventional. Okay. Variable name should not start with underscore. Yeah, okay. Int value, unconventional. Single word name should be in all lowercase. Yep. My variable name, or invalid, no white spaces. Variable names cannot contain spaces. Total customers, unconventional, should start with lowercase. Variable name should start with a lowercase letter. Yep. Void, conventional, maybe a bit unspecified. Oh no, void is a keyword. Yeah. Okay. Num fruit. Conventional. Doesn't start with a number. Invalid. Variable names cannot start with a number. Meters of pipe. Conventional. Yeah. All right. We're done with this one. There is a lot to write, but I better just to retype it for the next one. Okay, reminds me a bit of a web code, like camo case and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. We'll get to the next one, and I will also specify a retype basically all. Okay. Yeah, we should get back to it. Maybe we will get through everything, at least for this chapter for today. But then I definitely need to take a break between the chapters. Okay. Let me set up you with some Mr. Daily while I take a small break, drink some water, stuff like that. Let me set you up with YouTube and mute the music and put on Mr. Daily.
These are all ships carrying oil
Okay.
to deliver to the United States.
And mute myself.
Due to the fact that people are driving less because of the lockdown, these oil ships can't deliver their oil. The ships are waiting for someone to buy their oil, but because people aren't really driving, that means nobody is buying their oil. That's the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This man took his bare hand and put it through a stream of molten metal. Because of the Leidenfrost effect, the layer of moisture on his hand is protecting him from the heat of the metal. These people have a dog that was born deaf, so this is how they tell her when it's time to go for a walk.
She doesn't understand. This is how we tell her. We just thought the world should see this.
Good boy!
This person has the ability to really bring drawings to life. This is what it's like to go skydiving in the Maldives. A photographer in New York City wanted to document what his neighbors are doing to stay busy during lockdown. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. These scientists took a 3,000-year-old mummy to a hospital to scan his throat. They wanted to scan his throat because they wanted to learn what this mummy sounded like. For the first time in over 3,000 years, scientists were able to create this one sound of what this person probably sounded like. That is what a 3,000-year-old mummy sounds like. This driver ran into a giant rock and didn't even really seem to notice. This is called a life straw, and the purpose is that it allows you to drink clean, filtered water from dirty places. To see if it actually works, this person took some water from a pond and put it under a microscope. Under the microscope, you can see many things living in this pond water. He then took some pond water using the life straw to see if the microorganisms were filtered out. Here's a good visual of how much $1 billion is.
So let's say 1 grain of rice
Um,
is equivalent to 100K.
Probably change the
and 10
mic.
grains of rice
Okay,
would
give me
be
a second.
then a million. Well, how much is a billion? So my Saturday night consisted of counting 10,000 grains of rice, one by one. That is $1 billion, where each grain of rice is worth 100K. I just bought you like a Lamborghini right here, and I didn't even notice it was gone.
This person can make a paper origami swan using only his mouth.
Okay, test. Yep. Okay.
Hello everyone, this
I'm
is
in.
your Daily Dose of Internet. There's a plant
Test.
in India that can give
Yep.
you an instant temporary tattoo.
All right. Let's unmute the music. Get back to study. All right. Next. That would be wait. Did I? Yep. That would be 1.8 white space and basic formatting. Yeah, let's read first. White space is a term that refers to characters that are used for formatting purposes. In C++, this refers primarily to spaces, tabs, and new lines. Okay, white space in C++ is generally used for three things. Separating certain language elements, separating certain language elements inside text, and for formatting code. Separating certain language elements, okay, inside text, yeah, and for formatting code, yeah, okay. Some language elements must be white space separated. The syntax of the language requires that some elements are separated by white space. This mostly occurs when two keywords or identifiers must be placed consecutively, so the compiler can tell them apart. For example, a variable declaration must be white space separated. Again, so syntax of the language requires that some elements are separated by white space. Yeah. This mostly occurs when two keywords or identifiers must be placed consecutively. Yeah. So the compiler can tell them apart. Yeah. For example, a variable declaration must be white space separated. So integer x. So int and x must be white space separated. Yeah. If we typed int x instead, the compiler would interpret this as an identifier and then complain that it doesn't know what identifier int x is. Yep. As another example, a function return type and name must be white space separated. A function's return type and name must be white space separated. Oh, so yeah, so int main, so int and main must be white space separated. Okay. Give me a second, I need to enter that. Okay. Next. Where was I? Yeah, as another example, a function's return type and name must be white space separated. So int and main must be white space separated. When white space is required as a separator, the compiler doesn't care how much white space is used as long as some exists. The following variable definitions are valid. So int x or int space y, or lots of tabs, new line, maybe some spaces after int, and z. All of those are valid. Okay. In certain cases, new lines are used as a separator. Single line comments are terminated by a new line. In certain cases, new lines are used as a separator. Single line comments are terminated by a new line. As an example, doing something like this will get you in trouble. So, character output, insertion operator, hello world, a comment, this is part of the comment, and is not, this is not a part of the comment. Oh, I see. No, yeah. If it's line comment, then we should keep it in line. Processes, processor directives like include, I'm sorry, IO stream must be placed on separate lines. So include IO stream. Next line include string. Okay. Okay, I'll write some stuff down. So white space is a term that refers to characters that are used for formatting purposes. In C++, this refers primarily to spaces, tabs, and new lines. White space in C++ is generally used for three things. And those separating certain language elements inside text and for formatting code. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Yeah. For formatting code, yeah. I mean, I would have to write a lot of stuff. Okay, let's just power through it. Okay, so that would be 1. So some language elements must be white space separated. So the syntax of the language requires that some elements are separated by white spaces or white space. This mostly occurs when two keywords or identifiers must be placed consecutively. So the compiler can tell them apart. So, for example, a variable declaration must be white space separated Ooh. Is it a Witcher song? It is. Nice. Finally, some good music. I mean, previously everything was, but I'm just using the meme. Anyway, variable declaration must be white space separated, so int space x. So int and x must be separated. So yeah, so if we typed int x instead, the compiler would interpret this as an identifier. So a function's return type and name must be white space separated like int space main. So int and main must be white space separated okay, when white space is required as a separator, the compiler doesn't care how much white space is used, as long as some exists. Okay. So the next one. So the following variable definitions are all valid. So like int space x and int space y, just like int and probably spaces after it, and then in next line z and semicolon. Okay, so in certain cases, new lines are used as a separator. So single line comments are terminated by a new line. That's important. Um, so as an example, doing something like this will get you in trouble. So std character output hello world, then comment. This is part of the comment, and this is not part of that comment, of the comment. All right. Now, well, okay, let's write it down also. Preprocessor. Hey, Kate, hey. So preprocessor directives like include. Hey, Kate on Twitch also. Hi. Include IOStream must be placed on separate lines like this. So £, include IOStream, and then on the next line, £, include string. Okay. Okay. So next one. Quoted text takes the amount of white space literally. Inside quoted text, the amount of white space is taken literally. Character output, hello world, is different than hello space world. Okay. So well, basically when anything within the quoted text it behaves basically like a content. So space is actually space. Okay. Now new lines are not allowed in quoted text. So if I do character output, insertion operator, hello, and then new line world, doesn't count. That would be a separate whatever statement. Even nonsensical one, but still. So that's not allowed. Okay. Then quoted text separated by nothing but white space, spaces, tabs, or new lines will be concatenated. So if character output insertion operator hello, but we end the quotations and open new quotations and world, that will print out hello world altogether, although we'll probably need to stay away from such a practice. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll probably write this down. So that would be 2. Quoted text takes the amount of white space literally. So it would be, for example, std character output insertion operator hello world is different than std output insertion operator and hello and then like space, 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 for example. Let's add the fourth one, world. Those would be displayed differently. Now, new lines are not allowed in quoted text. So, for example, std character output insertion operator hello, and then new line, for example, world and quotation and semicolon, and that would be not allowed. Okay. And but quoted text separated by nothing but white space such as spaces, tabs, or new lines will be concatenated. So it's like std character output insertion operator hello space and quotation, then new quotation world and quotation semicolon. Altogether this prints hello world. Okay. Oh. Just give me a second. Catch my breath. Okay. This would be 3. Using white space to format code. So white space is otherwise generally ignored. This means we can use white space wherever we like to format our code in order to make it easier to read. For example, the following is pretty hard to read. Include iostream, int main, character output, hello world, return. Oh yeah, the following is better, but still pretty dense. Include iostream, int main, or yep, and the following is even better. The classic one, yeah. And then statement, and then we even separate statements. Okay. Statements may be split over multiple lines if desired. So, character output, and then if we bring the insertion operator on next line along with text in quotations, still it works fine. Oh, because the semicolon. No, that would be a pretty dangerous road to do, but I guess it has its own uses. But yeah. I mean, it reads top to bottom, line, not line by line, but statement by statement, and also a line by line. And as soon as it hits semicolon, that's it. So it doesn't matter. Okay, I see. Still, you better not miss that semicolon there. Yeah. Okay. This can be useful for particularly long statements. Okay. So white space. I'm definitely doing keyboard typing next time. This takes too much time. Otherwise, generally ignored. This means we can use white space wherever we like to format our code. In order to make it easier to read. So, okay, let's write down those examples. The following is pretty hard to read. So, £, include iostream, and then int main. And in the same line curly braces, character output, insertion operator, world, and in the same line, return 0 and closing curly braces, curly brace, since it's one. Okay, so the following is better, but still pretty dense. Downside include IO stream, main, and then how should I write it? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Steady character output. Insertion operator hello world. And then return 0. And the following is even better. So pound sign include IO stream, int main curly brace std character output hello world, return 0. Okay. And the last one would be statements. Maybe split over multiple lines if desired. So that would be like font sign include IO stream, then int main tiny character output, and then next line we put in insertion operator, and then hello world, it works fine. And then return 0 and close curly brace. And then this can be used for particularly long statements. Okay, take a breather. And is tired. Anyway, now let's continue. So that would be number 4. Basic formatting. Okay. Unlike some other languages, C++ does not enforce any kind of formatting restrictions on the programmer. For this reason, we say that C++ is a white space independent language. Okay. This is a mixed blessing. While on one hand, it's nice to have the freedom to do whatever you like. On the other hand, many different methods of formatting C++ programs have been developed throughout the years, and you will find sometimes significant and distracting disagreement on which ones are best. Our basic rule of thumb is that the best styles are the ones that produce the most readable code and provide the most consistency. Here are our recommendations for basic formatting. It's fine to use either tabs or spaces for indentation. Most IDEs have a setting where you can convert a tab press into the appropriate number of spaces. Developers who prefer spaces tend to do so because it ensures that code is precisely aligned as intended, regardless of which editor or settings are used. Proponents of using tabs wonder why you wouldn't use the character design to do indentation for indentation, especially as you can set the width to whatever your personal preference is. There is no right answer here, and debating it is like arguing whether cake or pie is better. It ultimately comes down to personal preference. Okay. Either way, we recommend you set your tabs to 4 spaces worth of indentation. Some IDEs default to 3 spaces of indentation, which is fine too. There are 2 acceptable styles for function braces. The Google C++ style guide recommends putting the opening curly brace on the same line as the statement. So in main and at the same time opening curly brace and then whatever. The justification for this is that it reduces the amount of vertical white space you aren't devoting an entire line to nothing but the opening curly brace, so you can fit more code on screen. More code on screen makes the program easier to understand. However, we prefer the common alternative where the opening brace appears on its own line. Yeah, kind of, yeah. This enhances readability and is less error prone since your brace pairs should always be indented at the same level. If you get a compiler error due to a brace mismatch, it's very easy to see where. Each statement within curly braces should start one tab from the open brace of the function belongs to. For example, int main and open curly brace, next line, one tab, character output, hello world, tabbed in one tab, so 4 spaces. And character output, nice to meet you, tabbed in one tab, okay, also for 4 spaces, okay. Lines should not be too long. Typically 80 characters has been the de facto standard for the maximum length a line should be. Okay. 80 characters has been de facto standard for the maximum length a line should be. If a line is going to be longer, it should be split at a reasonable spot into multiple lines. This can be done by indenting each subsequent line with an extra tab, or if the lines are similar, by aligning it with the line above, whichever is easier to read. So, okay, so like int main, character output, and then this really long line. One extra indentation for continuation line. Oh, from the statement, okay. And then this is another really long line. Text line with the previous line for continuation line. Yeah. I prefer that one even better. Character, this one is short. Okay. This makes your lines easier to read on modern widescreen monitors. It also allows you to place 2 monitors with similar code side by side and compare them more easily. Best practice, consider keeping your lines to 80 characters or less in length. Tip, many editors have a built-in feature or plugin extension that will show a line called a column guide. At a given column, like 80 characters, so you can easily see when your lines are getting too long. So see if your editor supports this, do a search in an editor's name plus column guide. Okay. If a long line is split with an operator, like insertion operator or plus, the operator should be placed at the beginning of the next line, not the end of the current line. Okay. So character output, insertion operator 3 plus 4 should be plus 5, but we definitely placing at the beginning of next line. Okay. And multiplying by 7, still multiplication operator goes to the next line. Okay. This helps make it clearer that subsequent lines are a continuation of the previous lines and allows you to align the operators on the left, which makes it for easier reading. Okay. Use whitespace to make your code easier to read by aligning values or comments or adding spacing between blocks of code. Harder to read would be cost equals 67, price per item 24, value. Oh, you mean like aligning the, okay. Use whitespace to make your code easier to by aligning values or comments or adding spacing between blocks of code. Yeah. So harder to read would be comment here, comment here. Easier to read would be aligned comments. Harder to read would be oh yeah, separate by lines. Okay. Yeah. We will follow these conventions throughout this tutorial, and they will become second nature to you. As we introduce new topics to you, we will introduce new style recommendations to go with those features. Ultimately, C++ gives you the power to choose whichever style you are most comfortable with or think is best. However, we highly recommend you utilize the same style that we used for examples. It has been battle tested by thousands of programmers over billions of lines of code and is optimized for success. Definitely. One exception: if you are working on someone else's code base, adopt their styles. It's better to favor consistency than your preferences. Sure. Best practice: when working in an existing project, be consistent with whatever style has already been adopted. Yep. Okay. And automatic formatting. Most modern IDEs will help you format your code as you type it in. For example, when you create a function, the IDE will automatically indent the statements inside the function body. However, as you add or remove code or change the IDE's default formatting, or paste in a block of code that has different formatting, the formatting can get messed up. Fixing the formatting for part or all of a file can be a headache. Oh, I see. Fixing the formatting for part or all of the file can be a headache. Fortunately, modern IDEs typically contain an automatic formatting feature that will reformat either a selection highlighted with your mouse or an entire file. So for Visual Studio users, this one; for CodeBlock users, this one. For easier access, we recommend adding keyboard shortcut to auto-format the active file. There is also external tools that can be used to automatically format code. Clan format is a popular one. Best practice: using the automatic formatting feature is highly recommended to keep your code formatting style consistent. And it can save time, definitely. Okay, I'm not writing too much from it. In fact, almost nothing from it. I'm retyping it later on keyboard, definitely. So retype. Okay. I think I'll leave this one for next time. Yeah. I mean, it's not long, but there is stuff to do, so I don't want it to do on a bit of flushed head. All right. How are you on time? Almost 5 hours, and I definitely can do an hour of gaming, probably. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, then let me take a quick break while I leave you with Mr. Daly. And I'll take bathroom break, water break, all of the above. Yeah, so here, and let me switch to Mr. Daly. Let me mute the music and let me play you the video. It's a bit quiet, but
This
between
person designs fidget spinners that
should be
present
alright.
an animation when
Okay,
you spin it.
I'll be back.
A thief walked into a jewelry store pretending that he wanted to buy something. The thief tried to escape, but the doors were locked. Here's a behind the scenes look of the type of engineering that goes into developing the autopilot system for Tesla. I know I already showed a similar video before, but this time they dug the hole even deeper to make the sounds even stranger. This person created his own radio setup in his house that allows him to speak with astronauts living on the International Space Station.
And I will have about a 10-minute window to attempt contact with the International Space Station. Hello, this is Larry in Minnesota. Nice to talk with you. Oh, Minnesota? Man, we're kind of a low pass for you guys, huh? Yes, you are. I'm running a vertical antenna, which is not the best way to do this, but it's working for me. That is super clear up here. Nice equipment.
That's the end of this video. Hopefully I was able to make your day just a little better, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person found some water that was right in the middle of transitioning into ice. This cat tried squeezing through a tiny hole in this chair. Here's a deer that loves eating bananas. This person can take their nose and push it to make it completely flat.
Merry Christmas, Nigel. You want a donut? Help yourself. Nice.
Here's a dog that looks like Baby Yoda.
exercise look, mate?
This cat had to go on a trip to the vet.
Hello? Hello? I hear you. Stop.
This person works on a cargo ship and makes time lapses of his travels around the world. This person bought an old plane, put it in the middle of a forest, and decided to make it his home. He has a bed, a kitchen, and whatever he would possibly need to survive on a plane.
The shoot!
That's in this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A few days ago, there was a volcanic eruption in the Philippines that created a lightning storm. This is called volcanic lightning, and it occurs when an eruption creates static electricity.
All right. Let me set it up.
There's a marketplace set up on an active train line, so these people have to remove their stuff every time a train comes through.
I wonder if I can capture it like this. No. How about like this? No. Can do it like that. Okay, how about window capture? Okay, something like that. And okay, looks fine. And also let me check on the audio. Yep. So yeah, I finally figured out yesterday how to set it up. So yep, let's do it.
Hi, it's Nance Drew. Welcome to my...
Let me adjust volume a bit, like this.
Cyber Mystery. Message in a Haunted Mansion. Choose your difficulty level to start off. If you're new to adventure games, you might want to click on the tutorial. Beer Fest. Hello from stormy San Francisco. This time I'm staying in a beautiful Victorian mansion. You'd love the room I'm in. It's full of old Chinese furnishings and some interesting knickknacks. The owner of the house, Rose Green, is a friend of Hannah and asked me to come out and help her with some renovation work. She and her friend Abby hope to turn the place into a bed and breakfast by next month. But from what I gathered, Rose isn't sure if she can open in time. Ever since they started the renovations, they've had a lot of accidents. Could it be just bad luck, or is there something more sinister at work? I'm sure I'll find out. Love, Nancy.
All right. So we have a key. How about back? Can we get back? Just turn. Okay, it's fine. Daughters of Diligence earn the gold of 9 dragons. And this symbol probably could be important later. Something with this clock. Okay, so I can skip time or something.
Morning, Nancy. It's locked.
Will my key work? Oh yeah. No. Owner of the house is Rose. House, antique decoration. Why so many accidents? Okay. Anything else? Oh, okay. No. Okay, it just moves forward. Okay. Probably to deliver something here.
Hello, Nancy. I see you've arrived safely from your long journey. But I'm sensing an aura of danger around you. I can tell you're an inquisitive type, a little skeptical, and that you don't believe in ghosts.
How do you know I don't believe in ghosts?
I know many things. I know how to communicate with the spirits, and I know things about people that they don't tell me. Call it intuition or ESP. The spirits in this house are interested in you, especially since you don't believe in them. Watch out. They may give you a rough time just to get your attention.
Does your intuition tell you who could be behind these recent accidents?
I'm not sure, but for some reason the name Valdez has a strong connection with this mansion.
Do you have any more information on Mr. Valdez?
Now, if you will please excuse me, I need to prepare myself for this evening. At that time, more will be revealed.
Okay.
The rope is cut.
It's stuck.
I would probably need to play some combination.
Hi, you must be Nancy. My name's Charlie.
Nice to meet you. Rose and Abby really have their hands full with this house.
Yeah, most of these Victorian mansions need a lot of work. But I don't mind getting my hands dirty, you know? This place will look great once it's finished.
What do you know about the history of this house?
Not much. Lewis told me it was built in the 1880s and that it survived the 1906 earthquake.
Who's Lewis?
He's an antique dealer, I think. I guess he does consulting work for Rose, like on Victorian furnishings and stuff.
Do you have any idea why there's been so many accidents on this project?
I have no idea. People are blaming me, but it's not my fault. I know what I'm doing. I know how to do this work. Listen, Nancy, I really need to get back to work. I'm repairing some floorboards, so be careful walking around.
Okay.
Rose was looking for you earlier. Maybe she has something for you to do. See ya.
I should wait until he leaves.
Medicinal punch. Ginger whisper. Could be some clues later on. Reclaim business. Okay, that's probably some exposition. Citing increased popular stage reviews and decreased charitable contribution, the Ladies Protection Society has announced a shocking new strategy for raising much needed funds for the benefit of widows and orphans. Okay. Okay. Now, where was I? Oh, that's yeah. No, get back. Then let's try here. Okay, this one.
Oh, Nancy, I'm very glad you could come out here. We can really use your help, seeing how far we are behind schedule. Are you all ready to do some renovation work?
I sure am. This house must have quite a history. What do you know about it?
Not very much, but Abby found some interesting old papers that might give us clues about the history of the house. They're in the parlor if you want to take a peek. There's also an old-time saloon in the basement, so it's possible the house was once a hotel.
A saloon? This place really does have a history. Who was the original owner?
Almost all the records on these old houses were destroyed in the Great Earthquake, so we don't know much about the origins of the place. Abby thinks all our accidents were caused by some restless spirit or a curse. I'm not one to believe in bad luck, but it's been one thing after another. Maybe Charlie doesn't have the expertise for these renovations, but his rates are so affordable. I sometimes wonder, though, if this old house would be worth more burned to the ground. Enough chit-chat. Hannah tells me you're a real pro with puzzles. Take a look in the corner. Those wood tiles should fit inside the inlay pattern of the floor. Abby and I tried for hours, but it's just too complicated. I'm sorry for not introducing you around, but everyone posts their schedule here in the dining room. It's kind of like Command Central. Let me know how far you get with that puzzle. And thanks again for helping us, Nancy.
Sure. Materials for a twin size bed. Also some numbers. Like 56 and 5 written down as words, not numbers. Okay. Schedule: Louis noon to 5 p.m. Charlie 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Abby out from 3 to 6. Oh, I can set up probably the alarm clock and skip time, yeah, to those times. I should write it down if I want to get rid, for example, that Louis or Charlie, whichever works in the basement. I have some spare paper here. Give me a second. Like here. So, schedule. So, Louis is noon to 5 p.m. Okay, then Charlie is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Abby out from 3 to 6, but which I don't know. Okay. amended your fire insurance policy. Per your instruction, the property allocated a sum of $1 million against fire or earthquake damage. The policy lists you as the sole benefactor. And that would be Helen O'Leary, and she talked about it's easier to burn this place to the ground. Yeah, she definitely did. Nothing else here? Probably not. Okay. Should I talk?
How's that inlay puzzle coming along?
Okay, but I still haven't finished it.
Don't work too hard.
Okay, I'll get back to her with the dialogue. Nothing clickable. Wait, so where's the wooden puzzles she talked about? Maybe it's another room, or is this one? Doesn't look like it, at least for now. Okay. That's, oh yeah, I've already been here. Oof, okay. That would be stairs. How about here? Four, 6, 5, 3. Okay, I'll write it down. 4, 6, 5, 3. Probably could be used somewhere, I guess. Nothing prompts right now, at least. Okay, how about pictures? Nope. Be the stairs, some paintings, something here. Chisel. Okay, probably could be used. Okay, how about this door? Can't read anything. For next time, I'll tweak settings, so maybe it can sharpen it or something like that. I'm using DX, DX, W and D to properly display everything. So I can call some numbers. How about home? 1, 5, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5, 3, 7, 3, 9.
Drew residence, Hannah Groon speaking.
Hi, Hannah.
Nancy, how are you? And how's Rose?
Great. I'm really glad you had Rose invite me out here. Her house is so beautiful.
I'm so happy you're out there. But I'm worried about all the accidents she's having. There's just been so many.
What has Rose said about them?
She doesn't say much, but I know they've become worse and worse. That's one of the reasons why I asked you to visit her, to see if everything is all right.
Do you suspect there's something more to these accidents?
I don't know. Rose is under a lot of pressure to open that bread and breakfast on time, and I'm worried that it may be too much for her.
I imagine the mansion was very expensive.
Rose spent her entire life savings on the house. If this doesn't work out, she won't have 30 more years to earn the money back. Well, I should let you get back to your renovation work. Thank you for calling. There's probably no reason for concern. But be on the lookout for anything unusual. Goodbye, dear.
Okay. How about best? 5, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5, 4. Oh no. How do I get back? 1, 5, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 6, 8.
Hello?
Hi, Bess. It's Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. George is here. Let me put her on the speakerphone.
Nancy? Hi, George.
Hey, what's up?
I'm in San Francisco, helping a friend of Hannah's renovate an old Victorian mansion. She wants to open up a bed and breakfast. Unfortunately, some strange accidents have delayed the project.
Uh-oh.
Well, get this. One of the owners, Abby, thinks the place is haunted by a ghost named Valdez.
A ghost? Well, I'm glad I'm not out there.
Sounds like another case is in the works.
So, tell us more about what's been going on.
Do you know anything about the house's history?
I met the resident handyman, Charlie. He's pretty young, and I don't think he has much experience.
Maybe he doesn't charge very much, so he's probably a good bargain for Rose.
Or maybe he's just cute.
Bess, is that all you can think about?
No.
Oh, so I can get a clue from them. If anything. Okay.
Talk to you later.
Goodbye.
And also let's try Emily.
This is Emily.
Hi, Emily. It's Nancy Drew.
Nancy Drew? I haven't heard from you in ages. How's Hannah in River Heights? You're not in San Francisco, are you, my dear?
Actually, I am. I'm helping one of Hannah's friends, Rose Green, renovate this wonderful old Victorian mansion. She wants to open up a bed and breakfast.
Seems to be the trend these days. I'll bet you're staying in the Haight-Ashbury district.
I'm not sure. The place is located on California Lane. 4653, I think is the number.
You know, you're lucky you caught me at home. I've been traveling most of these days, but after that crazy tour of Egypt. By the way, riding a camel is not as easy as it looks. My editor gave me an assignment right here in town. It'll be on the Dragons of San Francisco.
Dragons of San Francisco sounds exotic. What kind of dragons are you researching?
Chinese dragons. My editor thought this would make a great topic for a photo essay. The dragon is a very important symbol in Chinese culture.
So it seems. My room is full of Chinese decorations.
Oh, sure. Many of the Victorians have rooms with themes, usually colors or cultures. I once spent a night in a Victorian where each room had a bird theme. Don't laugh, but I stayed in the nuthatch room.
You're kidding. Why do they call these mansions Victorians?
They're named after Queen Victoria, who pretty much defined high society in the late 1800s. After the gold rush, San Francisco had a building boom, but most of the great Victorian mansions weren't built until the late 1800s. Nowadays, it's very popular to convert them into bed and breakfasts.
The gold rush was in 1849, right?
The big one, yes. There was a huge increase in the city's population, and San Francisco had a reputation for being a lawless frontier town. Lots of people made a quick fortune here and lost it just as fast. Oh dear, am I talking too much? I get so distracted at times I tend to get carried away a bit. So how are you, Nancy? Why did you call? Is there anything I can help you out with?
Can you tell me about the Chinese writing system? I seem to come across a lot of Chinese symbols.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. The Chinese have been an important part of San Francisco history for over 100 years. The symbols are called Hanzi, and each one represents a particular thing, or an idea, or an action. You find them all over on business cards, takeout cartons, artwork.
Do you know anything about Valdez?
I don't think so.
I should get going. Goodbye, Emily.
Call anytime.
Okay.
It's good to know it's here.
Okay, so if anything, you can run down here for that. Fire extinguisher. Okay, maybe useful later. Okay. No, can I? I thought I can interact with stable. Probably not. Okay. No. Get it back. Okay. Nothing here. Okay, how about here? Another study, okay.
It won't fit.
Those are some tiles.
It won't fit.
Okay, I probably need to find more.
It's stuck. It's stuck.
Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, there's a dude here. Okay.
Hello. I was so wrapped up in my book, I didn't hear you come in. My name is Lewis Chandler.
I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Nancy Drew. I came out to help Rose and Abby with the renovations.
Yes, well, I'm very glad you're here.
Are you a friend of Rose?
Yes, I'd like to think so, but I'm an antique dealer, and a client told me that Rose and Abby had recently acquired the estate. I'm an authority on the Victorian era, so they were only too happy to let me use the library in exchange for my advice on the renovations.
You must know a lot about the house's history.
Actually, I'm a bit in the dark about this particular property. However, as far as Victorian mansions go, I don't see anything remarkable about this one.
What are you using the library for?
Research. This library contains many rare books and documents that predate the Great Earthquake. It was quite a find for a student of the Victorian period, such as myself.
What are you looking for in these books?
I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy at the moment, and although I'd like to talk, I really don't have the time. Please, excuse me.
Okay. Also known as the Firebird, the mystical giant bird occurs in the legend of many cultures, including Chinese, Arabic, and American Indian. Every 500 years, the bird builds a great nest and sets it on fire to rise forth from its ashes. Firebird. Oh, like, oh yeah, Phoenix, yeah. Okay. Okay, a lot of fire theme going around. Oh, another tile, okay. Well, first one, but yeah. Okay. History of the piano. Oh, like did that piano. Okay. By the 14th century, keyboards contained all of the naturals or white note keys. As early as 1361, examples with the familiar key composition found in modern pianos were depicted in the visual arts. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And hopefully there is some word I can make out with it. Yeah? Okay. What should I do? Something like this. I'll draw this box and will be 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3. So C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. Okay, probably could be useful. Hopefully. Some adjunct tiles. but nothing that give me a clue right away. Okay. Okay. Doesn't tell me much, at least yet. Could we place a tile?
It won't fit.
How about here?
It won't fit.
How about here? Oh yeah. No, put it back. Okay. Nothing more. Oh no, something else here definitely. Theory of music. Music theory note reading. There are too many types of clefs, treble clef and bass clef. The clef you will see on your music will depend what type of instrument you're playing. Musical notes are named after the first 7 letters of the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Clef is melodical simple. Placed at the beginning of the staff that determines the letters names of the lines and spaces. Probably doesn't help me yet much, but I need to remember this. That if the need arises, I can look into the library. Okay, what's that? Oh, the time. Okay, okay. All right. So I was here, and that would be the exit. Okay, let's try stairs.
It's missing an eye.
Oh, okay. This needs some kind of a gem. Oh, okay. Will this finish the game? Let me see. No. Oh, save. Probably this will.
Whoops. You did what? I unhooked the chandelier and it crashed to the floor.
Yep.
I can't believe it. No wonder Rose asked you to leave.
I don't know what got into me.
Sounds like you really goofed up. Just don't vandalize the next house you stay in, okay?
Especially if it's ours.
Okay. No, no. Probably something under the floorboards, I guess, since hands creaking. I think I was here. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Sure. Oh, okay. So she can spy on someone. Sure, yeah. Probably could be useful later. Okay. Moon incense. Susan mystical sense. And we have another symbol. That would be probably moon. Nothing clickable here. Nothing useful, at least for now.
Something's missing here.
So I guess I need that scarab.
Something's missing here.
Right.
Something's missing here.
Also here? Okay. Okay, let's move on. Oh, I already... Wait, no. I've been here. Sometimes I get disoriented. That would be going down, okay. Then... That would be road... Well, hallway to my room, right? Yeah. Ooh.
Listen, my child, to this story of dreams, and know that the beginning is more difficult than it seems. When the 10 daughters are reunited in order, when the 4-sided box loses its border, when the eye of the phoenix is in your hand, when the bird of fire can see again, when the moon sleeps and the sun plays, the king of the sky will shine his ray, and hidden beneath a river of colors will lie a gate to golden wonders.
Okay, so definitely highlighted words like child, beginning, daughters, 4-eye, fire, moon, king, river, golden. I think we already found for moon, maybe for something else. So I guess I just need to correspondence for symbols with symbols, but for what yet? I don't know. I don't know. That would be dragon, probably, yeah. Like this one. So that probably either daughters, yeah, probably that would be the
10 daughters are reunited in order.
Okay. So we need to explore the chimney, and we need to get was it Charlie or Louis? Probably Charlie. So we need to somehow get. Oh wait, probably is out of the basement. Okay. Come on.
The spirits wish to speak to you, Nancy. Tonight, I will channel their energies to deliver a message. Meet me down in the basement, if you dare. Please sit down.
We really don't have time for this.
Let us begin. We are gathered here tonight to contact the shades of those who have passed before us. Gaze into the crystal ball. It will answer all of our questions. What's that?
Who has called me forth from the great beyond?
We have. Are you the spirit known as Valdez?
I was once called that in the world of the living.
Are you the spirit who has caused these accidents?
I have come back searching for her, my wife. Where can she be?
The spirits have spoken. The seance is over.
We've got a busy day tomorrow, and no more time for these games, Abby. And make sure you blow out the candles on your way up. I don't want to wake up and find the house on fire.
All right. Now it's 10 p.m. Yeah, probably should head for that basement. Okay. That would be road to basement, but this way? No. No. How do I get back? basement. This one? Yeah. Okay, so now we can advance a little bit. And check out the chimney, I guess, but also some stuff along the way. A screwdriver. Okay. Oh, that's how the seance went. Okay. Have some audio tape. Could be played probably. Oh, probably with the voice of the dude. Yeah. Let's close the door. Let's get back.
It's stuck.
Oh, can I use the chisel?
It's stuck.
No. How about screwdriver?
It's stuck.
Still no. Okay, probably the cassette tape won't help me much here. So much for exploring. Okay. Oh yeah, there's something, but I still don't know.
It's stuck. It's stuck.
No. What screwdriver?
It's stuck.
Still no. Yeah, the keys won't help me much. Probably need to open the door, or it's open with playing music. Yeah, probably. And I have what, like, can I press this one? No, can I press this one? Yeah. But I don't have any keywords. Okay. All right. This one also went away. Because it's night. Right. But where is the... what did she say? Some wooden puzzle, but I still haven't found it. What does she mean by wooden puzzle? Oh yeah, I can look through her stuff. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do. Oh yeah, Luis went away. We can probably rummage through his stuff, hopefully. And plus, let me recheck some stuff here. Maybe I missed something. I've seen everything here. I've checked those. All right. Oh, it moved. But I still can't interact with it. Okay, let's try Luis's cabinet. Well, not his, but okay, probably some clue. Oh, okay. Okay, definitely important.
When the four-sided box loses its border,
Mm-hmm. I looked through this one. Also wanted to check something here, I think. Not telephone itself, but some symbol, probably. No. I thought it was here. But okay. That's where I got chisel. Guess it's midnight? No, 1 o'clock, okay. Oh, that's the basement, okay. No, can I... Okay.
the rope is cut. The rope is cut.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this room. That would be upstairs. That would be basement. So yeah, let's do upstairs once more. Okay. Oh, that should be back. Okay. Does anything changes on tapestry? No, not yet. Okay. I think that'll be it for today. Yeah, definitely playable with DXX, W and D. But I should do some tweaks to maybe sharpen it, something like that. Anything, just save. Okay, how about here? Okay, now. Oh, okay. All right. Quit here. Put myself on full. Some finishing up music. Anyway. I'll be finishing up here. And we got through a lot of lessons today, which is nice. Tomorrow will be, I guess, a bit more complex subject, or not. But this will be literals and operators. So I guess we'll be like adding some stuff, subtracting some stuff, something like that. Make it see how it works. So yeah, so a bit more complex, but important still. Let me check on stream. Yep, everything works, but still I'm finishing up. Anyway, that would be it for me for today. I see you next one, hopefully. I guess. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you eating good, drinking enough water, getting enough sleep, and well, making yourself happy at least as much as you can make yourself happy for that day. And yep, I see you next one. Bye. See ya.